Isn't it wild?
Check out that very last one. It's a sad one.
Yeah.
They're Colorado.
Oh, really?
Why? He said he took it at the zoo park.
When people like go to the city, what is it?
That's on my YouTube.
How do you do it?
You don't have YouTube?
I don't have your music.
What?
What's your name?
Death Candy Art.
I don't really do music. Is it?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Yo, yo. Ooh, that shit's loud in my headphones. Okay. What is up? We are back today, hanging out. Sweet, we got in here. Not too many yet, that's chilling. Alright, cool. Well, today, as you can probably tell by the title, we're going to be focusing on some anime stuff. And yeah, definitely a core pillar of what I like to do with my art. Let's go ahead and hop over. I started drawing a piece a little bit yesterday that I figured I would just continue for today on stream. Actually, I have two pieces that we could hop into. One is Magic the Gathering themed, and the other is more cyberpunk ghost in the shell looking. So I figured I'd just doodle around on this one for today for a little bit while we talk about some anime shenanigans. Yeah, okay. Cats are fighting, that's fine. As long as I'm not getting burgled midstream, that's fine. Okay. Happy Saturday, you guys. We made it. It's the weekend. I think it was a very long week. You guys ever have those weeks where it's just like you get 5 days through the week and it's only Tuesday? Hey! Cats. Scoot my camera over. Oh. Jesus. Your camera. Okay. So I'm just kind of starting with a loose sketch here. What will ultimately become kind of like a cyborgy looking anime girl, because we're about that today. There's a couple of things I want to fix with the lines we've already done, but I think this is going to be a pretty cool piece. Okay. going on? Cool. Alright, I think we got our technical difficulties from last week sorted out as well, which is nice. Still not fully sure exactly what was going on, but I think it had something to do with the charger and the casting and everything being all at the same time. So hopefully that's been fixed. Because yikes, not being allowed to use the touchscreen on your artboard is kind of bad. No fun, no good. Alright. So yeah, I'm kind of going for more of a classic anime style, kind of like early 2000s to late 90s. It's kind of my inspiration there. That's sort of like the zone for anime that I started to get into it as a kid. Series like Naruto, obviously, but Bleach for sure was one of the first mangas I ever read. Bleach is probably still just the OG best anime in my opinion. Doesn't have the strongest story, you know, not the craziest like powers or anything, but something about it just really resonated with me when I was younger. I think the character design and everything in Bleach was just A1. Like, just so good. Ichigo is like a bit of a Gary Stu, just like instantly good at everything he did, you know. But I think that's okay. That was kind of like the shonens at the time. I really liked what they did to kind of form his character later into more of a cohesive protag or antag. But yeah, definitely that style of manga was just unlike anything, you know, I'd ever really seen before as a kid, and was hugely inspirational to me as an artist when I was first starting out. A lot of my early drawing in terms of learning human anatomy was definitely through anime and just basically copying as best I could old panels from early manga, and like I'd go buy Shonen Jumps with, you know, the money I'd made from whatever I could make money from back in the day when I was like a little kid. You know, whatever chapter of like Naruto or Bleach was in there at the time, I'd pick my favorite panel and I would just try to draw it. I'd draw the character, you know, in as many poses as I could. And yeah, that really taught me a lot about some of the basics of at least sort of anime style anatomy, which I do think is worthy of sort of a differentiation when you're talking about more formal anatomy, obviously. Anime in a way is sort of an aesthetic you can use to simplify and boil down just to like the bare bones of anatomical sort of correctness. Yeah, there's always an interesting effect with Japanese style animation where it's not always super correct, but where it's exaggerated or where it's made minimal is actually genius, in my opinion. Like bigger eyes, bigger facial features allow for more expression. the chibi art style, you know, when a character would kind of go into the ultra minimalist kind of cartoon bubble character mode to show cuteness. Like everything was done for its ability to convey an expression of the emotion without needing to be a perfectly flawless, like, you know, hand-drawn series of facial movements and stuff like that. So definitely when you're learning to draw anatomy, starting with anime for me as a kid was a really easy way to start, a very approachable way. And I think a lot of artists now, like if you just surf Instagram, there's so much anime inspired art and people just sort of taking it and making it their own, sort of cultivating their own subtle differences in the style and everything. Like yeah, it's really, really rad to see. And I definitely think that there's a lot of that sort of core idea around Japanese animation of, you know, photorealism being de-emphasized and expressionism being more at the forefront. Back this up a bit. Okay, let's talk about our piece for a second here. So I started with a very basic sort of figure. I think we actually might want to go a little bit larger here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so basic figure. I really just started with this face, which I really like. A very basic, you know, starter anime style. I've always really liked masks and other sort of shortcuts that anime uses to make things like drawing lips or eyes or whatever easier. But for this piece, I think I'm actually going to go for sort of a split biomechanical look. So we've got her kind of in this floating position with her back, you know, semi-neutral, and I've drawn this rigging here of line work to sort of represent the spine curvature. So the hips would be roughly here if we were to place them. Yeah, and my idea was to sort of frame her in this little boxy frame and have all of these sort of biomechanical components sticking out. And yeah, we're just gonna pluck away at it here. Try not to get too distracted. Sweet. So yeah, okay, I've got our basic art frame now. I think I want to have her arms kind of chopped like this. And what we'll do to start to introduce some of those like biomechanical elements, it's definitely something I've done with my art before. Let's actually give her the start of an elbow here, so that we can kind of splay some of the pieces I want to have outwards. So yeah, we're just gonna start drawing some tubing and some other very mechanical looking parts coming out of sort of like what would be an unfinished automaton look. You know me, I love my kind of disturbing or creepy style. So this is definitely a way to kind of get that going without it being necessarily like overtly shocking, but it can still be kind of darker. Kind of gives like the dystopian vibe. Some android girl stuff. Yeah, we'll probably talk a little bit too as I'm going here about how to do robotic features and to sort of evoke that style of partial robot, where to add it, where not to add it. I do think that the better you know your anatomy, the more you can kind of break the rules. So I'm definitely not super anatomically correct here. There's a lot that is out of proportion, but for the piece and what we're trying to do with it, it's gonna look really good. And won't be that noticeable unless you're, you know, an artist yourself probably and looking for those things. But whenever I see a piece, especially an anime piece that isn't like perfectly anatomically correct, I always look to see if the artist has sort of done it on purpose. I definitely think that anatomy is a great place to start if you want to, you know, move your art forward, but it is definitely not the end point. I think you learn the rules to know how to break them later. And especially with the anime style, there are so many easy rules to break that just make things look a lot better, in my opinion. Such as massive anime boobs. Very good rule to break. Does your character have boobs? Very good. Now make them larger. Boobs are actually so hard to draw. We won't linger on that too long, but if you don't believe me, just go try to draw some for yourself. Surprisingly difficult. Okay, so I think one of the first things I want to do to start to add the element into the core of the figure, the element of the biotechnical stuff that is. Not quite like that. I really like rib cages. So I think actually what we'll do is from the bottom down here, I'm just gonna start loosely marking out where I'd want some of the ribs to be. Sweetness. Yeah, just like that, sort of keeping in mind that our center of the chest cavity, chest, whatever is like about here. Probably need to inch this up a little bit then. Getting a rough idea of what we can do here. Kind of like the idea of there being bandages over the chest here. Okay, an easy way to stay thematically like she's sort of in like a cryo tank or something. I actually don't draw super exaggerated female figure a lot. Exaggerated just meaning like busty. Very difficult. And also because I'm somebody who shares my art, I don't really want to be pigeonholed like I feel like I've seen some artists do, where they draw like one, you know, more scandalous art piece and then they kind of blow up off of that, and then all the attention that they get is just to make more anime girls. And yeah, that's definitely a way to go, and everybody loves their anime girls. I am no exception. But I don't really want to get smushed into that lane as an artist. It's not really my deal that I'm trying to do creatively here. I think because I'm an artist that takes a lot of detours into other art styles and kind of vacations, if you will, into anything that I want to draw, that might not be sort of like the normal go-to thing that I would draw. I'm always interested to see what gets like a really big online, you know, blow up versus what gets a in-person reaction, and definitely online. Anything with sex appeal does really well, of course. But in person, I find that my more abstract creative works are the ones that grab people's eye or that they want to talk to me about. Which is cool and definitely makes sense. Okay, so I'm kind of drawing this like casing that's going to go around this spinal column we got here. I just watched the Netflix version of Blam, which is a old anime or old manga that Netflix finally, that's, I guess somebody, it didn't have to be Netflix, but Netflix decided to do as like a mini series and sort of their flagship CGI anime style. Definitely worth seeing, and probably it's really close, but it's probably my favorite anime aesthetic for the futurist dystopian robots, you know, take over everything. I don't want to spoil it too much, but the atmosphere that anime, and that they did pretty well with the Netflix series, but definitely the anime captures just this like very, very interesting, kind of unnervingly large scale of really cool dystopian future stuff. Yeah, highly recommend that. Watch the anime if you're feeling like you don't have a ton of time, but if you really want to appreciate it, definitely read the manga. Just a couple chapters. I don't even think it's that long. But it's definitely worth it. Okay, we're starting to get there. We definitely need to add more to this area for that biomechanical stuff. So one really easy way to do that, when you don't necessarily want to bust the character all the way open, is just to add little chips, like the character is made out of panels. that can be a super functional, easy way to start to generate that look of robot that we are going for. Face tracking's working today. That's what's up. Very good. Very nice. Just make sure my light is on here. Okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we'll try to finish this piece today. I do want to make it like a full background piece with, you know, all these different parts going on, so it might be a little bit much to bite off today, but we're just going to get as far as we can and see what we get. Okay. Center this midline here. When you're doing a longer piece like this, I think it's important to just really take your time on all of your, what else you call it, like scaffolding. So like all of this little under stuff that I'm later going to go over in a different layer. Just making sure that everything is in the right place. It's where I want it to be. I think we'll reintroduce some of that rib cage here. Earlier this week I posted on an Instagram story a really good robot artist. I think people who sort of dedicate their whole art craft to drawing robots and stuff, the technical drawing people. Daytoner is a really good one to follow on Instagram. Does everything from like toy figurines to drawings to 3D rendered, like fully moving little mech guys. Yeah, Daytoner is a really sweet dude to see. What was I saying? I'm all over the place today. Oh, yeah, the people who draw robots all the time are some of my favorite people to follow. I feel like a good robot drawing is just so much fun. Okay, what is going on here? We need to establish a middle line. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really been that into strictly drawing robots. I've definitely drawn a ton before, but I definitely prefer a sort of cyborg look, mixing in elements of human with the robot has been more my deal. My best friend and roommate is a robot head. He likes his robots. I've definitely drawn a couple. Sorry, I just had to concentrate there for a second. Try to figure this. Okay. So now you can really start to see what I'm talking about with the panels as we start to segment this chest into more and more pieces. I think what I'm gonna try to do is really isolate these panels that we've got by adding some gaps together. Oops. Just small little detail-y things that we'll hit up later. I found from the last couple streams that this is definitely kind of the way I prefer to draw on stream. Sort of this almost like sculpting that I'm doing now. It's pretty hard to talk and draw at the same time if you're worried about every line being like super perfect, at least off the rip. So I'm just giving myself sort of a starter here. I want to get rid of this. So necklines are going to be a bit different. There we go. Sweet. So yeah, this area is basically going to look like there's a chest plate missing, I think. Something that would have kind of held over the rib cage. I have no idea how this is going to turn out. I usually don't do... I don't think I've ever done an anime girl with the biomechanical thing. I'm definitely pulling inspiration more from like Ghost in the Shell vibes and that kind of deal. There's sort of like a de-emphasis on the super creepy elements, and it's not like overtly sexual, but it's just a little bit more human than a lot of the other dystopian robot cyborg anime styles could be. Okay. I almost want the other disembodied hand slash arm to be like over here. Kind of interesting. I'll keep that there for now. Alright, we got more people trickling in now. What's up, guys? I'm gonna take a quick break just to do a promo for some Instagram stuff. I've had a very good week on Instagram. What's up, you guys? I'm streaming right now on YouTube, Death Candy Art. Go check it out. I'll be here for most of the day, answering questions, drawing some anime girls. Let's get it. Woof, is there any... Man, I feel like I look terrible in that story. Fuck it, who cares? just want to see more people in here. Let's get that live chat going. I want to interact with you guys. Okay, we're just gonna keep trucking along here. Try not to think about how tired I look in that story. Yikes. I was up late last night though. I don't like that. Oh, look who's here. A cat who's gonna knock over my camera. She better not. Another thing we can do to stick with that theme of sort of like missing panel. So go ahead and draw sort of the shape of what the inside of the arm would look like. Say it was like this. Boom. Nice. See, this is a technique I actually learned from Graffiti Art More, which is essentially taking a shape, and then instead of putting a chip in it, you know, like this, like you might do in some ways, you can give a lot of texture to something by showing an exposed piece of it, by putting a circle in the middle. This now kind of gives the illusion, or gives the inference to our eyes that whatever this object is has a circular bend to it. Additionally, you can do it as well. Square or triangle. You basically just draw your shape that you want. Boom. So putting a little break or a sliver into something can be really useful, just to help the viewer become informed with what they're looking at. Yo, dude, say that weirder. Able to just better display the shape that you have in mind for your whatever you're drawing. Alright, we're definitely getting there. I'm liking what we're seeing so far. I think it's time to conquer the face a bit. So I originally had this this face was going to have a mask covering it, but now I'm thinking that might not be necessary. Go for just a really reduced mouth profile. Just see what it looks like. Get the center line to our face is about here. made these lips really boxy and pulled them into a more robotic jaw. It's interesting. I might be more interested though. Let's try going a little bit bigger. Yeah, maybe. I think we'll leave that there for now. Okay. I think the neck would be another good area to sort of throw one of those chips in. These sort of ligaments and very visible things you can see through the skin, the trachea, all of this work is something that you can easily turn biomechanical and really show off the robotness of your character. So we're going to go ahead and do some of that detail work here. And again, I'm not being 100% anatomically correct here. I'm trying to go for more, trying to show off more of that robotic than I am trying to just replace the body parts with robot parts, if that makes sense. Not to say I know how to draw all of these things perfectly anatomically correct, but I know that they're wrong. Anatomy is very hard, and the people who do have like a super strong memory of it, I commend you. I am not one of those people. I learned it very briefly when I was younger to kind of get the gist of it, and then I moved on. Kind of, again, like I learned the anatomy part just to be able to break the rules later. I think there's some very basic stuff that you need to know when it comes to drawing the human form, you know, like sort of the rules of the face. And yeah, that core sort of element of anime is all about developing a similar rule set, but breaking selective rules of anatomy in order to make that better look, more expressive look. So we're doing the same thing here, but instead of expression, going for an ulterior aesthetic, which is kind of, again, that robotic. Okay, pretty lost in the sauce there, but I think that looks good. Just trying to remember where exactly these ligaments sort of spiral down from. I think we could just leave it mostly open. Yeah. I think this would be centered a bit more over here. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. You guys, if you're in here, don't be shy, say hi. I'll throw your name up on screen for a little bit. Feel free to ask any questions or just anything. Chat with your boy. If you're watching on your TV, get on your phone, throw it a like. Alright, cool. Let's finish up our other ribs that we got distracted from here. And then I think we're about ready to move on to the next set of lines. Cool. Alright, I think the idea too is that this shoulder piece is going to be very visibly on top of this rib section. Like this. And the ribs are going to kind of come back here. Sweet. Alright. Doing it, we're getting there. Coffee break here. All right. I'm gonna clean up this rib area here a little bit. Okay. Very cool. Nice. All right, so we've got this general sort of cyborg outline. The core pieces of the cyborginess so far are this sort of open, exposed rib area. You got the chest and trachea area. And now I want to start to add in some external components that I'm going to use sort of this frame that we've got here to really build the piece from the foreground into the background a bit. So small things like little plugs, some wires that'll connect right into the background. That. other side of the arm. Maybe a little smaller. Sweet. Just had an idea for something we can maybe do. Give her a part to her hair, or at least some texturing like this. I do like that for the hair, but that actually just gave me a newer, better idea. I want to integrate something into the face a little bit more robotic. And I like what we did with the mouth, but the lines that we've got so far make me want to actually go for something really tricky and difficult, but definitely doable, which is to make more of an exposed jaw look. Some teeth. Let's get some bigger ones in there. So basically, on top of one layer would be teeth like this. Actually, I would need to start to curve around more. And then there would be on top of this, so this would be very faint. We would actually go with whoa. Lips also very hard. Much more practice drawing teeth than lips. Something like this. So like this little plate would almost be transparent, see-through. Not sure. I do like that a lot. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, I think I'll keep that for now. Alright, let's figure out our disembodied arm here. See if we actually want to do that or not. I think what I'll do, I duplicate. Got this isolated on one layer. Just want to make sure it's proportional to the rest of the piece. Let me think for a second. I can't quite tell if I like that or not. Let's keep going on some other stuff and see if we can feel out that decision. Let's add some more of that background interaction here. Ooh, these lines are terrible. But that's okay. Because they're the rough draft line. They don't need to be good yet. I don't want to overuse or make the only component to the background that sort of to work. So let's take this back a bit. I think what maybe would be better we've got a floating arm to work with too. Oops. Alright, let's get some more detail on this. I feel like this is going to be the linchpin of what we're going to do next, is figuring out this little arm here. Remember, you can always look at your own hand if you're having trouble with hands. So eventually, if you're just trying to do a couple of I'm not quite sure what we're doing with this posture. Probably wind up changing this up a bit later, but that's okay. Whoa. That ain't right. So whenever I get kind of soft stuck like this, I like to take it back to some of the more initial lines that we had and see what the original idea was and see if I even want to keep it at all. So we definitely, I think, want something in this space, but I don't think there's a good way to do it in a way that would interact well. So I think what we're gonna do instead is involve some more of that external robotic. But instead of her arm there, maybe we put like a robotic arm doing something. Maybe like a little welding arm. Yeah, something like that. Nice. Yeah, I like that a bit more. Cool. I think that's better. I think I like that interaction more than what the other stuff we were gonna go for. Let's keep it going here. Let's have this open up. Have some wires coming out of here. And I don't think we need hips. I like the way that this all kind of tapers down into one sort of portion here. We could add some more stuff coming from open in the compartment. I think we could also add, we could also throw another arm kind of thing. Here, cool. Let's just do a rough sketch of this little arm. Just to help me see it, I'm just taking small parts of this background away. I think we have sort of a thickness built up here that I really like. And I want to add it again down here to show that this is really like a supportive part of the structure. Yeah, that's good. Put little ports on it too. There's a bunch of different ways, I think, that artists have stylized the robotic elements of something like what I'm drawing here. But one thing that I like to keep in mind is I think with sort of the post-apocalyptic style of robotic cyborg sort of transformation, I think there's a pull to make it feel like it makes a lot of mechanical sense. Like, you know, it's good to pay attention to why are these pieces here? What do they, you know, hypothetically serve if this was a machine? Like, what would it be doing? Keeping in mind, like, you know, machinery has a, you know, a look to it that you're trying to adhere to, but also how technologically advanced do you want it to look? So we're sticking to, I guess it would be sort of like a semi-modern style of technology or machinery. But I also think that this is starting to look a bit alien, to me at least. A lot of these tubes, and the more you kind of make things look like you can't really tell why they'd be there. For example, I'm not using gears, I'm not using a lot of pistons or spring joints or anything like that. The more you start to add elements to the piece that are the more you start to add elements to the piece that are mechanical but not identifiable as, you know, basic machinery, I think the more you start to push into that futuristic look. And the weirder you make all your stuff look, like the less square, the less, you know, traditional shapes you use, I think you start to push into sort of like the alien technology look. And we want to be, I want to be somewhere kind of in the middle, where you can maybe still get an idea of what is happening with the machinery and kind of what it would be, what it's kind of used for. Like, this could be providing fluids to the still human portion of this subject, or maybe oil to the mechanical parts that are being added or worked on currently. Sweet, I like that. A little bit more. I'm not using super straight lines. I think everything has a very spinny, you know, sort of biological integration to it. Nice. We're starting to get a bit more detailed here as well. These smaller tubes are looking really good. I think I want even more of them to start to help this piece really transition. Into more of that alien looking or kind of messy textile as opposed to the super clean and neat tech look. I can't wait to get in here into the second layer to add a little bit more detail to all this stuff. Okay, we are definitely getting there. Hold on just a second. Yeah, she's fine. Have these little chunks where the ribs are connected a little bit. Seems fun. For about an hour. Very nice. Okay. I think one other thing I want to start to integrate to this that I feel like would look really cool. We have all these chunks missing. So we've got like here, the sternum chunk missing. We've got obviously our rib cages missing. We've got the bandages over the chest area. And we've got the arms and the face relatively filled in. I think it would be cool and helpful to the piece. Make this very faint. If we added a plate that was like in the process of being strapped on. Have little robot hand arm thing, kind of applying it, and we'll help differentiate this later by coloring it. Yeah, let's say that we got our mechanical arm here. So another thing that I'm doing whenever you've got sort of two different sets of robotics here interacting with each other, so I've got her biomechanical robotic look, and then I have these arms and these tubes from the background coming in, is now I'm using things that are more identifiable as, you know, classical machine parts. Even look a little bit Star Wars-y almost, where it's very analog looking. And this just helps differentiate that there's a type of robotics that I'm using for the subject and a type of robotics that I'm using for the non-biological pieces. And I think making those two things distinct keeps the art piece from looking too disjointed and cluttered. Ooh, I like that. Okay. I'm almost tempted. So let's go ahead and erase. Oh yeah, that's really cool. Reduce this down a bit. Nice. Okay. So we got this piece coming up here. It's going to connect. I think that means that we want to clear this up to make it look like it's something that's already in place, so that the piece that is connecting here is connecting to, it's like the final piece of this section. Awesome. That means we can make this stuff a little bit skinnier too. Okay. And now I want to do that again on a different part of the piece. This. That is a little big. That's perfect. Okay, so the other piece we could add, let's say we take so I'm using our right arm here to sort of influence what our left arm is going to be doing, and we'll do that same technique where we'll have probably this robotic arm instead of welding something closed. Let's have it dropping the last piece of this arm here. Get a little suction cup instead of we did our other one. doing these articulating arms, I'm trying to keep in mind how much space I want to fill. They're so small. So yeah, we have a lot of space in here that I want to eventually fill, but not make it look too over-cluttered. So keeping all the robotic parts nice and spindly helps with that. Now we got our part lowering down. All right, getting there. So we've got a lot of space up here to play with. And we can either push the piece up, which is kind of what I'm thinking right now, or we add something up there. Kind of got two options. I think, let's see what it looks like when we just drag the piece up a bit. Go up here. Change. We did. Okay, we changed some of this in here a bit when we made that head smaller. So let's go ahead and do our trick again. We'll duplicate. Go ahead and erase everything. The part that we need. Make that smaller. Perfect. All right. Now we can go ahead and drag these two up. Sure. canvas is facing the right way. Thing we could do, that I'm tempted to do, is just make everything a bit bigger on the inside of the canvas here, on the inside of our border, I mean. Let's just keep playing around for now. I think make any, crazy big decisions yet until we've got a better idea. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna chill for now on resizing the piece, and I think instead let's focus on what we can fill that space above with. The first thing that comes to mind is just more of these robotic arms. More arms, more tubes. That's the way to go. Wrong layer. Okay. Not huge about that actually. I do like that on the back of the neck though, that's kind of cool. Okay, I just want to take an inventory here. Starting to get there. I think we're about ready to go for our second layer of line work here. I find that when I'm kind of running out of ideas, that just progressing forward with what we've already got is an easy way to kind of get new inspiration. But I think we're doing good so far. I already have some ideas for the colors we're gonna use in the background. Can even have some tubes feeding into these robots here. Sweet. And let's maybe have a menacing looking. Drill piece here. Maybe it's a drill, or maybe it's just another, like, oop, arc welder kind of thingy. All right, I like that. I think you're starting to really create that feel of transformation actively happening. We've got a lot of pieces moving, a lot of things starting to create the scene. Very intense so far, I'm loving it. I think it is time to do our next set of lines here. Let's start with this. I was thinking about doing some jewelry. We're also going to be using lots of heavy black lines. Create shadow and really give this piece some depth. We're going to be using a more simple coloring pattern with basic cell shading to give it that anime sort of pop. So keeping our lines very clean and simple is going to be the way here. Oops. Okay. Nice. And yeah, while we're going in on just this basic detail work here, we're going to talk a little bit more about some of the animes that were inspiring to me and that helped me as an artist really like grow an appreciation for these specific ways of drawing. I think that everybody who was a kid and exposed to anime probably still watches it or reads it to some extent. And like I said before earlier, the ability for manga to really capture the simplicity, to boil down the essence of mundane life, or what it means to be struggling as a kid or whatever. I think that anime, unlike other forms of animation, has always had an element of relatability to it. that despite being like super fantasy a lot of the times with like the shonens that were really popular back in the day, anime just really captures something that feels more real than real life even is. I think that cartoons in general are a great playground to experiment with a lot of those cool, interesting, topics in a fantastical kind of way. But the seriousness that anime was, allowed to take itself, it was never. I mean, I just remember the difference in shows, watching something even as good as like Teen Titans as a kid. Like phenomenal series, super good, pretty serious for a kid's show. Definitely still had its funny moments, but just, compared to Naruto or Bleach, there was just an era or an aura, I should say, of seriousness that I think a lot of other cartoons weren't really brave enough to go for, or at least that were in the same circulation for kids. I think there were very adult themes of violence in a lot of the shonens and early animes, even like, Akira and Inuyasha and some of those other ones. But it never felt too real, or it didn't. I don't know. There was some stuff I saw as a kid, but like the violence would kind of make me like, a little queasy. Like it was real, a little too real, even if it was cartoony. But anime seemed to strike that perfect balance of like a really enticing fight, but without ever being too gnarly for a kid audience. It was very, very good. Another thing I think anime did really well was the world building of any of the popular shonens was just next level. From Bleach's sort of like otherworldly, gaudy, sort of planar expanses and really interesting geography and character design to match sort of like the Soul Reaper vibe, to Naruto's really, kind of retro, but like neo-retro aesthetic with all the clothing and the weaponry. All the really great animes had that in common, which was that the worlds that they were placed in were just like they made you want to be there. Especially as a kid, I remember being like just really fascinated by the Naruto universe and the way that the clothes looked and that the villages, were laid out as was sort of, I'd never seen anything like that before. It was a whole new aesthetic. And the more and more I got into anime, I realized that a lot of these animes all had their own like unique sort of self-contained universe, and I think that's really, really extremely difficult to do. And something that I think anime is able to do a lot at the time, and people kind of overlook it because it's so popular now. But there's not many other series, I think, in Western, entertainment that, we have our beacons of fantasy like Tolkien and our other universe builders, but there's so much of that in Japanese media and entertainment that I think is kind of looked over all the time. Like it's incredibly hard to make a entire universe feel authentic, let alone look so good and cohesive for the story it's trying to tell. There's just definitely some kind of magic involved there. I think one day I hope to design and tell a story. I've been working on sort of a draft, mostly in my head, to be honest. It's kind of just still in the idea space, but I think it's definitely something that a lot of artists inspire to, is to build their own universe, to be sort of their own set designer of a universe that they're cultivating in their head. And the more I draw, the more I start to feel like I have certain visual themes, and there are definitely, possible ways of getting that kind of thing done. But story writing and telling is its own skill altogether, so we'll see. I would definitely be more on the side of trying to tell a basic story very clean and beautifully, as opposed to trying to tell a very unique story, super originally. Being an artist, I think that I definitely am most interested about how to make a universe look really, interesting, and have that be sort of the grounds for the story, and then tell just like a more authentic human story within that universe. I think something like Star Wars is a good example of this, where the story itself is pretty tame, but because the universe is so well built out, it just captures everybody who watches it for the most part. All right. Also, I'm not sure if anyone else has this experience, but I am super dyslexic. Probably not the most you could be, but I'm fairly dyslexic. It's very difficult to read out loud, and it's very difficult to read at a pace in my head that makes it something I can do for a long period of time. Reading has always been kind of a struggle, and it's not that I have a difficulty understanding words. I think I learned how to read pretty well around my dyslexia. It wasn't so severe that I had massive learning disabilities, but it's just such a chore to read. So being a kid who grew up very dyslexic and having something like anime was, really, really good for me. Reading manga, having the ability to feel like the pacing of the thing that I'm reading is a good pace, and that, the show that I'm watching, I can hear it while I'm reading it at the same time. All of that was also very instrumental in helping me actually figure out, how to read. And then put in tandem with it being a visually provocative medium, I think that definitely worth shouting out there too. And I'm sure that there's other people with that experience, but yeah, anime and manga specifically was huge for me as a reader. Having the visual, element of anime there next to the words helped me form that connection. And when I got derailed by a word that I hadn't seen before, which is kind of how dyslexia works, where you see something new or a new arrangement of words and your brain just kind of like just fizzles out. Super severe dyslexic people just simply can't translate the written language into a phonetic sounding thing in their head. I've heard that dyslexic people are also overrepresented for not having an inner monologue, which I think is bonkers. But yeah, the ability to get derailed and then to have something to look at for context clues as to what that word could possibly mean, or using the context not just of what was previously read but was also being visually represented. Amazing. I remember going to these special classes when I was a kid because my reading was so slow. It was just really, a miserable pace. It's not that I couldn't do it, but every word was like relearning the alphabet, relearning the phonetic code. It didn't sink in well, and the only way I really ever learned to read was just a brutal memorizing process of not what each letter or group of letters looked like, but literally what each word looked like and what that sounded like and meant. Which later in high school I was able to kind of bootstrap into more proper reading where I could see chunks of words that made up other words, because the memorizing was starting to get to the point where it never felt like I was really phonetically understanding what was being written, but I just was familiar enough with what words looked like that I could kind of piece together a word a little bit quicker and start to solve words that were brand new that I'd never seen before, as long as they were made up of words that I'd already known. I don't know what I was saying, but yeah, anime or manga and dyslexia were best friends back in the day. Oh, that's right. So just reading these picture books and going into these remedial classes to learn how to read better was pretty embarrassing as a kid. As was reading anime to a certain extent. I'm the age bracket where it started to become more mainstream, but there was still a lot of, it was part of nerd culture. It's pretty ubiquitous now. I think people who watch anime, nobody really clowns on that anymore, unless you're a super weeb who only watches that, which even then, there's so many people who are like that now that I don't really think you get made fun of for anime anymore, not at least you used to. It used to be a pretty esoteric nerd culture thing. But yeah, I think that the sort of hidden value to having something more serious taking place in a picture book, which is essentially all a manga is. It's just a super well-written picture book. Definitely helped me form a very awesome, lasting relationship. Alright, we are looking phenomenal so far. Ooh. Just gonna go in and bolden up some of these lines here. Yeah, anime's biggest probably influence on my art style is also just the bold black lines and using line work as the core of my art. I'd say that everything I do stems from the initial line work. Even if I'm not using a black outline to do the piece, I almost always start with sort of a framework like what you see me drawing here today. And yeah, that's I think that's all to do with anime as well. cartoons in general. I mean, I just watched a ton of cartoons growing up as a kid. Cartoon Network or bust, though. I wasn't a huge Nickelodeon kid. I loved Invader Zim, because that show's amazing. But other than that, Cartoon Network all day, baby. I'm just thinking more about the whole dyslexia thing and how much of just like a motherfucker it was growing up. It was very interesting because I didn't really, like, I knew something was up and I was in all these classes as a kid. Like, I would, once a week. Oh, what are you doing? Fucking cat. Scooch this over a bit. Okay. Yeah, I would go to these remedial classes, and I remember one time I was starting to make a lot of progress. I would always get my B's and my D's mixed up together, and I would just sit out in the hallway with like a tutor, you know, some high school kid or college kid or whatever. And I'd just sit there and we'd write a word with a B in it, like boy, and I would draw a D. And then they'd be like, nope, let's try it again. And they'd, you know, tell me to write a word with a D in it. And I'd write a B, and it was just like that for just hours and days. All right, cat, you gotta go. Fuck off. Out of here. Sitting on the window behind my camera, screwing everything up. Then yeah, that was just like a lot of my schooling from like 2nd to 3rd grade was just going outside, trying to figure out how letters worked. And I remember as a kid too, like, I don't feel like I really came online, like, conscious really, until like 3rd grade. Everything is very fuzzy before that point. Just meaning like, I remember having actual thoughts starting in 3rd grade around that time of school where I was like, wow, this is really brutal that like I have to go out and do this. And I think in a lot of ways that's also when I started to really lean on art more and really, I don't know, found myself doodling a lot more around that 3rd grade time. It's so much easier back then to just kind of pick something up and doodle in a lot of ways, because there was like, I don't know, I had some friends who were like very literate, you know, they were reading like, you know, 2 small books a day, and I really liked stories. I loved being read to. I was a very curious little kid. I still, you know, I'm all about ideas and concepts, and I'll talk about some of the most boring shit you've probably ever heard, because I'm just genuinely interested in bizarre, you know, ideas and stuff. But as a kid, it was pretty much the same. And I just remember the easiest way to actually like go explore concepts like that was to draw stuff. And I would be very influenced by, you know, stories I'd heard, and I still remember a lot of the like early childhood, you know, books I was read and stuff like that, even if it was just in class. Like I could probably recite to you Where the Red Fern Grows pretty accurately, despite not having read that book since like 3rd grade, because I was just so like, I loved that book. And the way that the teacher read it out loud was also very good. I've always loved like English teachers who are willing to do that to the class.
All the lovely things we plan to do
To the
today.
class, for the class, whatever. Yeah. I can read a lot better now. And it took me, you know, a while to get there. But yeah, it's worth. If you know a kid who is dyslexic, I feel like not a lot of people really even still know what that means. They just assume that you can't like see the words correctly. It's not like that. It's like a comprehension glitch where the words just don't translate. Like you know, your B's and D's don't look like blurry on the page. That's not what it is. It's like your brain isn't processing it correctly. So I think that the best way for those kids to learn is just to get exposed to other more visual forms of media. I think a lot of the most creative people, if I'm not mistaken, I might be talking out of my ass, but a lot of the most creative people have been dyslexic throughout history. And I think dyslexia at its core is kind of like struggling with abstract concepts that can't be visualized. Like I remember another thing in school that really like drove this home, where I'm like, oh, this isn't, you know, necessarily a bad thing. It's just like a different kind of thing. Was learning math. I had a really hard time with algebra because it's very similar to reading in that it's a concept that you can kind of visualize in your head, but it's mostly just completely abstract. Like there is no grounding it in real life. Once you get to multiplication, you kind of just have to know the rules of how the math works. Similar to reading or writing, like you have to know the rules of how the letters work together to make a word in order to spell that word correctly or whatever. And remembering those rules or starting to intuit them naturally, I think is a lot difficult. Like that is the fundamental glitch with dyslexia. But then I remember getting into geometry, where now applied to shapes, these rules seem to just click. I mean, I aced geometry and even started to do some basic trig. And it was just this moment where I was like, oh, okay. Like, I'm just this weird visual person. Like, if I can't visualize it, I have a hard time. I really struggle. And what I mean by visualize it is like literally mapping it out in my head. What, you know, like suspending an image in my mind's eye of what's going on. But when I can do that, or if the subject matter, you know, is complementary to that style of comprehension, then it's kind of like a superpower. I can hold like 3 different images in my head at once. I can, you know, draw lines through triangles. Like it's a bright picture. And I think that that's really cool. Yeah. I believe it's also the most common learning disability. And it's still, from what I know, kids are still having a really hard time with it out there. I think the tutoring has gotten a bit better. I'm sure it has. But yeah, shit sucks. What are you doing? No. Cat. Alright. that's enough about dyslexia. Yikes. Lines are hard sometimes. Let's see where we're at. Nice. Oh yeah, we were doing, man, we're all over the place today. Coffee. So much coffee. I wonder if kids with ADHD also struggle with a similar thing with reading. I had a lot of friends growing up. I mean, I think we all did. If you're around my age, who had super severe ADHD, like take medication after lunch shit. And they were like right there with me in those remedial classes, like the, you know, learn to read classes. I wonder what their experience of that was like. A lot of those kids like anime too, so I'm sure it was similar.
Ruby.
Cat.
Cats.
She was in the window earlier.
Yeah.
These blinds are fucked. They're done.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, they're like hammocked out from the cats like laying in them.
I'm sure they'll be fine if we got destruction like that. But
I mean, though, we could probably fix them, but
yeah. I just can't reach the holy thing.
oh yeah. I mean, it's also just too bright in here
Mm-hmm.
with them open,
Yeah.
for me at least.
No, for sure. We get a lot of sun.
Yes, our household got 4 COVID cats. And we have 4 cats. It's just funny to say that out loud. Oops. If you want to- Alright. We are slowly but surely getting there. yeah, I said earlier that I had a really good week on Instagram. I've had a couple of my reels where I'm just talking to stream like this blow up. So thank you guys for all the support on that if you're over here from the Instagram viewer stuff. I think this whole project of starting to share art more seriously and take this all more, from more of a hobby into like a real thing has been really awesome so far. It has been very inspiring to keep creating rad art and to just keep up making stuff. I think if you're a creative person out there and you find yourself doing whatever it is you do all the time, even doing whatever you do all the time, if you're a gamer, play a ton of video games, if you're a writer, we're in an age now where just like sharing your process, I feel like, is really valuable to people. When I'm at work, I'll listen to people talk about whatever they want to talk about. As long as they're doing something that I find interesting, then I'm there to listen to it. And I think there's an audience waiting out there for a lot of stuff like that. So yeah, if you're creative or even just find yourself doing something that is kind of like a nice indoor hobby, has a chill atmosphere to it, I'm definitely of the opinion that if you do it all the time, just throw it up on the internet, see who likes it. You never know. Really isn't that hard. And to me, sharing the artwork with the world is a lot more vulnerable than sharing my like personhood. So I'm chilling, being here on a face cam and stuff, but if you're not, then like just having some way that people can look at your art, I think, is important. Start with like a little Instagram page or a little like website, whatever. So many people tell me, like, they see my stuff and they're like, oh, I'm an artist too, and I'm like, yeah, what's up, let me see your socials, let me see, where can I see your work? And they're like, oh, I don't really I don't have any socials, or I don't have anything posted. I'm like, why? And I definitely know why. But there are so many new people who are posting their process. I'm trying to be nice right now. There are so many people who have very beginner, novice tier art on their Instagrams. And there are tons of people, probably more people, who have lots of skill who just don't post anything. And that's a shame. I think the world always needs art, but right now more than ever, I think we need more authentic artists who are doing their own thing and having fun with it. In a lot of ways, I feel like art's been very captured by money. Oh goodness, Ivy. And I would just, I'd love to see more people in their art. I look at Instagram all the time, and I'm very just I love looking at art. Hi, what are you doing? You got a cat. A cat cam. This little cutie. Hello. Hi. I'm gonna cat cam for a while. Much cuter than my mug. Share your art. Even if it's just with me, just DM me your art. I want to see it. One of the things I'd really like to do with this channel, as it hopefully grows, is have other artists on and talk to them, but also just like, you know, really try to network with people, get some underrated accounts, you know, some exposure, and really promote more visibility for really authentic and genuine artists, people who are doing unique stuff and not just kind of clout sharking or drawing for internet points or creating for money. I think visual art communities have always really suffered from a lot of elitism and a lot of really negative, shitty gatekeeping, just like any other community. But more than anything with visual art, I feel like there's a ton of hesitation around sharing art and getting feedback on it, and, you know, having a real community based around it, because it's just very vulnerable. That sucks. I'd love to change that. I'm gonna switch up some. Ooh. Music here. Yeah, I fuck with that. Look at this cat, you guys. It's so soft. Great cat. Oh, yeah. Also so distracting. I'm trying to think of what my favorite anime has been lately. I've seen some really good ones. Dorohedoro was probably one of my favorites, if you guys haven't seen that one. Very similar to what's it called? I can't remember the name of it. But really cool, sort of like cyberpunky atmosphere, animal heads, just like bizarre otherworldly feels. Definitely recommend Dorohedoro. I talked about Blom. Blom's definitely good to read too. I think I said that as well. I kind of have fallen off on Attack on Titan. I thought the show was gonna end, you know, with the final season being named the final season for the last 3 seasons, but that's okay. I guess you're just allowed to do that. Damn, I know there's other ones. I'm trying to remember. I mean, there's like the basic bitch, you know, answers like Jujutsu Kaisen, obviously, super rad. Demon Slayer is a great watch, very casual, good watch. Huge shout out to for like a female writer actually writing, you know, super solid male characters. Not that that's like rare necessarily. I just think that that author did a really good job of demonstrating a different side of masculinity through a show that isn't like your normal shonen, you know, I'm just so tough and strong and good at everything kind of man, which, you know, is kind of a little shallow after a while. Oh, Fire Force. Fire Force was another one that I really liked. It is kind of one of those animes that kind of falls away into a sort of like the seriousness can't really maintain itself for very long. And the show just starts to kind of get a little grindy, where you feel like the episodes aren't really making progress on the core story. Not in a fillery kind of way, it's kind of fillery. But holy shit, the sound design and the character design in that anime. Highly recommend checking that one out if you're somebody who likes super pretty animation and rad characters. And I'd say like traditional anime shit, like, you know, comic relief character and, you know, protag friend rivalry sort of stuff. Like, it's, you know, nothing super new and crazy in the shonen world, but still just like a really fun watch. Let's see what else. I think probably one of my favorites of all time is Samurai Champloo. It's from the same studio, and I think the same author, director, somebody of Afro Samurai, which is also just S tier, amazing anime for the vibes. Yeah, Samurai Champloo, short little series, watch it. Really, really cool atmosphere and interesting storytelling choices. Very traditional samurai. Oh, Ivy, ow. Ow! Inspired. Let's go back to this. I gotta switch up my slideshow. You guys have been staring at like the same 10 drawings for forever. Bandages are looking good. I have like a fuzz stuck in my nose. It's probably from this cat. Poor Bubba. Crispy's upstairs in my room, and I can hear him meowing right now. So I'm not happy about it. But I am doing something. So he's gonna have to chill. Making really good progress on this here. If I do say so myself. I'm covered in cat hair. Ugh, baby. Why you do this to me? Out how to do these bandages to where they'd make sense. Got a little bit of a weird. There we go. That looks better. Just take this, carve that back a little. Oh, how can I forget? I've been recently rewatching Cowboy Bebop too. And that has got to be one of the best of all time for sure. not many series like that. They're doing the like one-off, short story, non-super linear canon focused things anymore. It's just probably more popular to do the more complicated storyline with occasional filler episode style of storytelling now. Kind of a shame. I really like that format. I just got done watching a horror series that was done in that style too, which I really, really liked. Netflix's Cabinet of Curiosities. Is that what it's called? Cabinet of Curiosities, I think. It was super rad. A bunch of short story, horror stories by Guillermo del Toro, all written by different horror directors. Highly recommend. I think there's something so good about short stories. I think there's especially with horror, there's such a problem in horror movies where they spend just so much time building the backstory of a character that you just don't care about. Yeah, like, what is happening? The great thing about the short stories, though, is that you don't have to wait too long before all the horror stuff starts happening. I saw a horror movie not too long ago. We're literally like an hour and 40 minutes in, nothing really even like that spooky had happened. And it's just like, why? What? Yeah, why are you wasting my time? Show the dead people. Start killing people. Yeah. I don't know. Suspense is good. And building story is important, I guess. Bubba. Hi. How you doing? Hey, Bubba. Are you stuck in the room? Yeah. Hi. Hey. Oh boy. He's gonna be a menace now. But yeah, on the subject of storytelling, I also feel like anime definitely struggles with a similar element, which is starting. I mean, any story honestly, but anime particularly is where I first started to notice the difficulty in starting a story and ending a story. I think a lot of animes are like really, really fast to start, just to like get you into the action and get you into what the author really wants to tell about the story. I think this works to the story's advantage a lot of the time, like Attack on Titan, where it's a very serious atmosphere and it moves really fast, and it then slows down later and sort of retroactively fills in the details that you feel like you might have been rushed through. But yeah, like episode 3 of Bleach, they're in Soul Society, you know, like they're moving fast in a lot of these animes. It can be wild. And yeah. Hey, mister. I'll get some cookies. Hello. Gotta say hi to him real quick or he'll keep bugging you for attention. Isn't that right, Bubba? Yeah, and then ending a story is also really difficult, as I think anyone who's ever seen any story ever could tell you. Most giant TV shows end shitty. Most animes are fine. But yeah, I think it's, you know, it's really easy to write the high action, high octane, you know, sequence, but it's really hard to close out a story in a satisfying way. It's just a really difficult balance where you don't want to linger on, you know, the opening without getting into anything interesting for too long, but you also don't want to confuse the viewer and be like, what is even happening here? Like, why, what is, you know, what is the motivation of any of this? Like, you do need to spend some time to build out, you know, a character and their personality before you probably have them plunge straight into conflict. Something that Samurai Champloo did very, very well was starting and ending their series. Probably one of the reasons why I like it so much, honestly, is that it felt tonally interesting the whole time. It never felt like the show sort of settled into an archetype or a predictable sort of arc that just sort of kept playing itself over every time. Definitely had some, like, you know, anime moments for sure, but yeah, I'd say in general that series was very willing to break the mold in a similar way that Afro Samurai was. Just do something a little bit, you know, a little bit different with the pacing and the storytelling. I'm happy with that. All right. Let's take a look here at what we got so far. Nice. Very, very good. I think doing pretty decent. There's an upset cat in the background. Okay. As we start to get to this rib part here, probably finish the other shoulder first actually, but I think I'll probably be redoing it just a bit. I had some new ideas for that area that I think will make it look a little bit more cohesive to the rest of the robotic style that we got going here. Oh my god. Can't draw a straight line. If you're chilling in here and you have the ability to drop me what your favorite anime is in the chat box. Be interested to know. Yikes. Cat. Oh. Kill me, cat. There we go. Alright, coming up on 3 o'clock. I'll probably do another hour of this and off stream probably finish this up with the color work, but I hope to get at least all the black and white stuff done today. I think that's going to be our goal here. Quite ready to use that one kit. I follow this girl on Instagram who does a lot of these like live paintings in Tokyo, where she'll draw her own anime panels, her manga panels. I'm doing that all day. Her own manga panels. In like a local cafe or something. I'm not sure if it's from an anime that maybe she's like worked on or something. But super cool and very, very high skill to just sit there, or I guess stand there, and just like I'm doing right now, but on like a giant, 3 by 5 foot wall, draw pretty much flawless line work to make this anime, or this manga panel. Very, very cool. I should probably pull up accounts and shout them out. I'm gonna bring them up, but I can't remember what it's named. Is it something very Japanese? Let's get rid of this line. I don't think I actually want that. Yeah, we don't have it on the other side. And actually, let's buff this line out. Sweet. Wish I had more to say on sort of the technique used for the line work or anything else involving the anime art style, or the manga art style, whatever. But I think in general, it's mostly just the line work I've already gone over in my streams a couple times. Just making things very smooth and very clean. As well as using that dynamic line work style to make sure that the shape and shadowing and everything is, again, not super realistic, but more expressive. I think one thing to kind of tack on to something I already said about that idea of expressive versus realistic is that I think as an artist, there's a kind of this might be a hot take, but I think there's a difference in the art world between a creative artist and a technical skill artist, where the technical skill artist is trying to essentially photocopy an image from real life onto a piece of paper, using as much technical skill and understanding of color and light work and all that as they can. Where a creative artist, or an artist using a more like creative synthesis process, is using their understanding of how things look in the real world in order to generate something that maybe isn't actually that realistic, but something that to them looks better than what you might actually see in the real world. More fantastical, brighter, darker. That transformation process is to me kind of what creativity means, and being a creative artist in the visual arts field is. Not to diminish a photorealistic artist or the practical skill, technical skill that goes into that kind of thing. But along with that idea of you learn the rules in order to break them, like you would do in anime, I think there's a totally different sort of artist who learns the rules in order to execute them as flawlessly as possible. And I think that these two artists can be equally as impressive, but one is participating a bit more in a creative process than the other, where the other is participating more in an exercise of technical skill, and a really advanced and high skill one at that. Yeah, that might make some people angry, but I think it's pretty hard to convince me out of that. Get mad at me if I'm wrong, because I'm not. Okay, hold on. There's a cat eating itself behind my computer. It's pissing me off. Bye-bye. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think that also kind of gets into the topic of what exactly is an artist. And my definition for a long time was anybody who is creating something is an artist. But then there are lots of people who are still artists who are capturing something. I'd put photographers here. I would put a photorealistic artist here. And not in like a Bob Ross way, where he's like on the fly creating a photorealistic landscape that actually doesn't exist. I'm talking about somebody working from a reference image to perfectly shape and create a photorealistic portrait, for example. Both of these people are artists. I think you'd be kind of shitty and just wrong to say that like the photorealistic artist working from reference material isn't an artist. But then is like a mechanic an artist? Is somebody like as an engineer an artist? And I think that we're starting to kind of blur that line if we're going to say yes to those questions. Not to say that they don't deserve some level of, appreciation for their craft. But I think art and artistry necessarily has to incorporate some form of creative process. I think in the example of a photorealistic artist, it's maybe less the subject of what they're doing as far as like creating the thing goes, and making those changes on the fly like a anime artist might, and more the creativity is involved around what they're capturing. And I'd put like a photographer in this category as well, or what they're capturing and what their motivation is to go out and take a picture of, and how they're choosing to represent the alignment of the frame, or in the example of the photorealistic artist, how they're using, you know, either grayscale or, you know, color. I think a lot of the really impressive photorealism is, you know, water running down the character's face or something like that. And I think all of that is the creative element that maybe you wouldn't necessarily grant a engineer all the time. If an engineer is tasked with, you know, or a building engineer or whatever is tasked with just making the most efficient, you know, building to cost materials to space allowed, I'm not sure if I'd want to lump that in with creativity or not. I could probably be swayed off of that if somebody really wanted to. Yeah, just an interesting thought I had the other day. I don't ever want to gatekeep anything, but trying to form a cohesive definition around something that's so, you know, kind of ephemeral can be really difficult and interesting to do sometimes. Yo, what's up, Dizzy? Thank you for joining. Dizzy, you like anime? Okay. We are flying on this now. I think in just a second here, we'll start doing the new version of the ribs. I might do it in a separate layer just so that I can kind of get a feel for the new idea I want to play around with before I make it super permanent. I don't have a ton of time left, so we'll see. It's nothing that crazy, so I might be able to just actually kind of wing it. Okay. We're getting very close here. Yeah, I often wonder how photographers also classify themselves. I think there's a lot of people, mostly the people who take their craft really seriously, who often don't want to call themselves like artist or chef or whatever, because there's some sort of like thought that you need to be doing it professionally in order to grab that label. And I think a lot of that comes from the fact that there's a lot of people who probably adopt the label of artist or chef or whatever who like don't probably deserve it. Like if I do, you know, one drawing once, am I an artist? Probably not. If I do it very occasionally as a hobby, but I take it really seriously, am I an artist? Probably. Kind of hard to know, kind of hard to, you know, again, like, you know, nobody wants to be gatekeeper on the things. I think probably how serious you are about it and how much time you spend doing it is the best way to kind of quantify that kind of thing. If you're cooking all your meals, probably a chef. It's going to be pretty hard not to care after a while. So you'll probably be taking it pretty seriously after a while. I don't know. I always find that interesting. Okay. Let's hop back to... First of all, let's get rid of this. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oops, not that. Just right away, there's a couple things I need to get fixed up here. Let's do those right quick. Let's go ahead and add this into this little hair thing. I think hair in anime was probably my favorite thing to learn how to draw. I don't know if anyone else resonates with this, but there's that whole thing I said earlier of making art look probably more beautiful or more whatever you're trying to make it do than real life could be. I definitely saw a lot of anime hair back in the day and I was like, oh, if only my hair looked that cool. I kind of have some anime hair now. I cut it very spiky this last time I got it done. But that's also because my hair tends to just get that way, kind of messy as it grows out. It doesn't really keep a clean cut very well. Or maybe I don't keep a clean cut very well. Never been one to like comb my hair or anything. But yeah, the super spiky, very satisfying anime hair. Favorite. And learning how to draw it also very, very cool. Sharpening up some of these points here. Alright. Let's go ahead and paint tool. Sweet. We might change that later. It's kind of a lot of black in one area, but so far I like it. Let's see here. Let's get rid of underliner. Oh yeah, that's looking mighty fine. Let's get to this roof section here. So this area right here where there's lots of like these ribs overlapping on each other, I just want to take this nice and slow and make sure I've really got all the shape work down before I press forward too much and realize that I don't like it. Doing pretty good so far. Helps us out a bit that we're putting a lot of different parts in this area. Okay. What's going on? No. Okay, good. Very stoked with this. I think the part that I want to redux a little bit is just how these ribs kind of all interact with each other. Not too many changes, but just a subtle change on the order of the layers. Oops. Okay. Nice. Alright, coffee break for a second. Out of coffee. Lame. Probably for the best. I'm pretty gacked right now. I'm straight zooted, as the kids would say. So I think instead of just trying to figure out how the perspective on these ribs would work. I might have my center point for the spine a little bit wrong. Just trying to get an idea here of where the ribs would be properly placed on the left side of the character. I think I know. Okay. Anatomy's hard, you guys. Ain't gonna lie. Shit sucks. It's all fun when you're doing like faces and hair, and then it comes to like a rib cage, and you're like, oh, okay, this is a lot of very weird shapes colliding in a very weird way. Kind of got this heart shape going on the underside. And it needs to be smaller than that. Okay. Oh wait, no. I had it right the first time. Is that this guy? Okay. Alright. It's gonna be the one. This piece comes in, under, like so. And I kind of like the idea of keeping this angled out, this top rib here. And then as we come up the rib cage, they're going to start to angle out until we hit those bandages. Nice. Okay. Very good. We did it. Chat, be proud of me. Just gonna throw some kind of texture underneath the plate thing here, and then probably actually just do some of this. Want there to be a good amount of depth. Oops. I'm using this occasional cross hatching as a semi-temporary fill in for the color. I might go back later and take that cross hatching I've got in a couple places if it doesn't work with the color I want, but we'll see. Okay, let's clean some of this up. These lines super solid. Good limber bond. actually want this to come under the other one. Sorry for not talking as much right now. This is very tricky. Just concentrating super hard. I think it's the stuff like this that really takes the piece from the influence and inspiration that I've, got from this piece. Things like this ribcage tricky section here, I think is where my personal style really shines through a lot of the artwork that I do. Navigating the more difficult parts of artwork, I think, is always going to be where you'll notice that your personal flair starts to shine, how you have systematized your problem solving for things that are difficult to draw or in any kind of creative, endeavor. How you problem solve on the fly as you start to get more into your process is where you'll find a lot of your originality start to seep into stuff. Whether you're feeling uninspired or your references just aren't doing it anymore, or you're fed up with, running into the same issue over and over and over again on your pieces, grinding through those parts of art is really important, because what's on the other side is almost always something that will build itself into your style, into your own personal aesthetic for the long haul, as you use what you've learned in those difficult spots to keep making stuff. It can be really easy to want to take an easier road, take an easy way out, default onto something, trace something where somebody's already figured something out. I think that that's okay to do. You just gotta be careful though, because you're sort of robbing yourself the ability to learn something really interesting and cool by sitting there and slamming your head into it for, however long it takes until you either take it all back and try something new, or push through and find that way to kind of drive it home. I would say for the majority of my experience with something like that, where you kind of get stuck, whether it's on like hands or whatever, initially you'll learn how to cover it up, like, oh, I'll just put the hands behind the back or in the pockets or any of the other things that artists like to do. But once you start to really just conquer that fear, and I think also really what it is just sit there and agonize over how to do it, staring at a reference, all that gets much easier. I feel pretty confident drawing hands. It's more getting the hands to do something interesting that I feel like I'm still kind of working on. I'd say like 80% of the time, it's okay. Like the hands come naturally and their posturing looks good. But yeah, the rest of the time is so much pain. Hands suck. Okay. Boom. Rib cage. Pretty much complete. Very happy with that. A little touch and go there for a bit. I'm gonna creep this guy up here as well. Let's put this in. Another reason why I think digital art has been really nice too is not having to go through like an entire sketchbook's worth of paper Learning to draw new things has been really good. I've never been one to just sort of sketch a study. I see a lot of people will fill up like a whole page with them just like practicing hands. I tend to get sidetracked and more like hijacked actually. I get hijacked and I want to attach the hands to a wrist and then the wrist to an arm, and then that gives me an idea for a face, and I have a hard time just drawing the same thing twice, let alone over and over again. So I think a lot of the ways I've learned to teach myself to do art is if it sucks, then the next time I go to do it, hopefully it'll suck a little bit less. I don't really make a habit of sitting there and like really grinding out the same thing over and over and over again unless I feel like it's really a hang up that I've got. But I find that usually just after one or two like times erasing it, I find something that, you know, solves the problem. And maybe that's kind of like a skill gap thing that you just sort of learn over time. But yeah, it's been very helpful for me. Let's see what we got here. All right. So now we'll start to connect the ribs all the way through. Easier part of this task for sure, because we don't have to actually go all the way through. We can actually leave this fairly open, because we're probably going to put some other stuff in this chest compartment, rib cage cavity thing. Yeah, if you ever want to practice anatomy or problem solving, really difficult stuff, I think that the best way to do it, there's books on it, and there's a bunch of like, you know, oh, you know, draw the circle and then this and then blah, and then you put the eyes in the face, and I think that that works for a lot of people who are just starting out. For me, I recommend finding something stylistically that you want to imitate and picking apart exactly what it is that makes you really drawn to something, especially if you're learning anatomy. I talked earlier about like how I really like to imitate the manga that I was reading at the time with my art. I think doing something like that can also yield you a lot of benefits if you're going to take it seriously and really like workshop your artistic style around something like that. Actually really liking this more open chest cavity. I keep saying chest cavity, it's a rib cage. I think as long as we use some nice big bold lines here, make sure our perspective is correct, that this might be what we go with permanently. Yeah, I think the problem I've always had with the, you know, sort of guide marks, drawing a face sort of thing, is that it's not as helpful as you'd think at actually placing features on a face the correct way. Freehanding it might be more difficult starting out, but either way, I've always felt like you have to be very observant about what's wrong with your proportions, even more so than what's right with them, in order to benefit from sort of like the guide wire style of drawing. So I feel like either way, you're probably going to be stuck drawing something over and over and over again until you figure it out. So you might as well just draw what you want to draw instead of weird heads with lines and stuff. A lot of people popping in and out today. Appreciate you guys as always. Drop me a comment if you're here still. Okay, let's sync this one up. Out here. Oh man, yeah, that's super rad. I'm very here for that. Alright. Let's do the same over here. Should be pretty easy. Oops. I've got this cat just like burning a nuclear hole in my lap right now. She's so warm. Oh. Bro.
Can you see her for a little bit? Hello.
Might be time for some more cat cam. She's so cute. Let's see what we got here. See, she's all black, and I'm of course all black as well. There we go. It's real cat season. Alright, we are very close to finishing out the black work on this piece. Let's go ahead and merge these two together. Pretty confident that I don't need to redo this layer again. Hit these outside ones. Alright. So we've got kind of this interesting geometry going on here with the rib cage. They're not actual rib shapes, they kind of look like flat, thin pieces of either metal or possibly plastic. And I think one thing we can do to stylize them a little more, as we clean up some of the lines on the outside here, is we'll go ahead and give them some of these little chip marks. I'm trying to figure out if I want to do it on the inside or the outside. Let's also sync up the gaps here. We got this line spacing that I want to be about the same on this side, so I'm going to bring this guy in a little bit. Might be one of my favorite things we've drawn on stream so far. I know it's kind of grindy, not moving super fast, but I think the quality of the sketch is a little bit higher than some of the stuff we've done in the past where I'm moving quicker, showing off more concept versus actual skill. I think in our first stream we did another really grindy line work piece, which was very fun, but I think as far as viewer retention goes, probably want to see lots of progress made quickly. So we'll see how this goes. It'll look good in a time lapse. Okay. So glad we fixed that issue from last week with the touchscreen bugging out. I think I figured out what it was. Holy shit, that was annoying. Scuffed the whole stream. I think I had mentioned this a few weeks ago, but I haven't been able to get around to it yet. But I want to start dual streaming soon. So if anybody watching right now is more of a Twitch viewer, look out for me there probably in the next 2 weeks, if not next week. I'm definitely a YouTube fan over Twitch, but I think Twitch has probably a little bit better visibility for newer streamers. And it doesn't hurt to spread out as long as the platform supports the medium. I don't really see anyone else on YouTube really making the art content that I'm going for, so I'm sure it would be something that, you know, there is space for here. But yeah, I think I just gotta keep building it up. Go from there. But yeah, if Twitch is more your guys' deal, let me know. Either DM me or drop it in the comments or whatever. I know that live streams are not everybody's jam, and that probably more people would be looking for videos when they come to YouTube, but I think streaming for now is about what I can do. I still work like a normal job and all that shit, so it's pretty hard to edit videos while you gotta be doing other stuff. I did my first voiceover video today on Instagram, or I guess it was yesterday, and that went really well. I got a really good response, so I'll probably be doing more short form content as I, you know, build up the knowledge and ideas to make actual YouTube videos. I think I am working towards that as being definitely one of the goals. I think making videos is a bit more involved than streaming, where I can kind of just hop on here and shoot the shit with you guys, versus having to actually plan out content and do voiceover stuff. Like this is, you know, pretty much just drawing after I hit go live. Yeah, we'll see. As my friend says, don't talk about it, be about it. Try to embrace that more. It just takes me a while. I'm a slow-moving machine, you know? It can be difficult to build up the confidence to do something like put yourself on the internet. Especially because I'm pretty heckin' introverted. And talking to yourself for 4 hours is very bizarre. But it's kind of fun. I feel like I'm getting better at it too, which is a good feeling. I just got a message here. Oh man, your boy is like actually blowing up on. Whoa. Wait, what? Holy shit. That's so cool. 571 of you guys liked my last post. That's really awesome. I'm really happy to see that. Oh my god, followers too. Man, that's exciting. I definitely am not doing this for the internet clout, but it is really cool to see positive response to the artwork and stuff that you're doing. I'm going to be going to an art show in June, one that I participated in not too long ago called Pancakes and Booze. It's a cross-country art show, and just as the name displays, it takes place in local bars and pubs and stuff, and cat hair. And yeah, it's last time I did it was a very interesting experience for me as an artist, because I think that it's just so hard to know, like, you know, as the artist, you're the one making the thing. It's so hard to be the judge of whether or not it's good, but I felt like I really stood out amongst the other artists there, and the reactions I was getting from people and the conversations I was having with people. You know, I'm a pretty introverted person, but art is like my one thing. Like I don't have a whole lot else that I really do with the same level of seriousness that I take art with, and I feel like I always have. Even when people weren't always as supportive, and I definitely wasn't as good as art. It's always been the thing that, you know, just kind of fueled me, drove me forward. And so that this last art show I went to, it was just really cool to see people, probably for the first time in a very like upfront way, you know, not on the internet kind of way, really like digging my stuff and asking me questions, and, you know, genuinely enjoying what I was doing. And it's profound. It's really like hard to explain the feeling of that, especially when in general it's, you know, self-critical is the default, I think, for most people who are actually serious about their creative endeavor and are trying to take care of it as something that they foster, as opposed to like this thing that they possess, I guess. It's hard to explain. But yeah, super rad. More content. I think it's also been interesting too as I've done more stuff like the mural and the art show and all this, you know, in the past year. It just makes me want to do more and more cool stuff that I don't know if I would have really had the wherewithal to do if I hadn't already done some of it. Yeah. Alright. Cat's pretty asleep now. Yeah. In other words, very ripped, exceedingly sweet. Yeah, this is for sure just gonna be my thing, you know? However it's gotta work out, I'm gonna make it work out. Okay. Oh man, we're already at 4 o'clock here. Let's see, how much we got left? We're actually pretty close. I think I'm gonna go for the rest of the black work and probably call it a good day for today. I'd love to stream longer, but I have some commitments for today, and it's been 4 hours already. So let's just get this done. I think one thing I'd really love to do, just thinking about like artistic career stuff, would be to one day be like a teacher for younger kids. I like kids. Kids are rad. I think there aren't enough good teachers out there. I think I'm a patient person, and I think that the arts need a lot of help when it comes to teachers and people helping other people get motivated about art. I just feel like it'd be a ton of fun. Kind of something to do later in life. Oh man. Sometimes parallel lines are just the hardest. For no reason. here. I got this new sticker today from my roommate. I was talking to her earlier. You see this little dude? Like a little sad Lego clown staring at his own shadow. I think that's sick. I think it's Tron Soda, or it's Tron Soda or something. But yeah, check out Tron Soda on Instagram. I believe. Cool. Cool. 'Trying to think of how this robotic piece would actually move if it were in the real world. I think getting captured or something similar. I'm looking up at my arm that's holding my webcam right now as an example. Meh. Likes, you guys. That's what's up. I know in the world of the internet that's not like that crazy, but it's pretty big for your boy. Wow, circles are hard today. I'm drawing a lot of straight lines. I think what I want to leave open to is where these arms kind of connect to the background. Okay. Straight line. Straight line. Line tool cheating. Okay. Oh, sorry. Just smacked the cat in frustration on accident. Not really, internet. Just set my hand down on her a little too hard. Anyways, where these pieces are meeting the background, I want to leave it open to have the bottom actually, like the background, merge. So something like this. We would kind of remove this piece here. might take it back later, but seems good to me. And we're just going in. Adding some little detail. These pieces here. Alright, one arm down. I guess we should finish the spine thingy too, huh? Put these little chops in. Something like this too. Just a little detail stuff. Helps everything really pop and stick out. My hands are starting to lose their abilities here. Been drawing a lot lately, especially this week. Done a lot of projects. So my hands are a bit fatigued. I also do about 80 million things that are just absolutely terrible for my hands, like rock climbing and working on my truck and all this other stuff. So yeah, my hands hurt. Okay. We're adding just a smidge of perspective at the end here. Just to have all that really fly off of the page. Okay. I think we're coming up on good here. What I'm gonna be able to do for today. Coffee's wearing off, hands are starting to get sore. Cat literally melting my legs. Gonna be ball soup pretty soon if I don't get up. That's a fun feeling. Cool. So that's the core character done. This is going to be a very involved piece over the next probably couple days, so keep an eye out for the finished version on my Instagram. But yeah, we got a lot of good work done today. I'm really happy with this. Yep. All right, cool. Thank you guys for watching. I'll catch you next week. Yeah, make sure to like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Share it with your friends, family. Send me DMs. Tell me what you think of the art. Tell me if you want to see anything for next week in particular. Yeah, have a great day, you guys, and I'll see you next time.